Hey, calling this meeting to order at 5:01. Ms. Allenser, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
President Bruno, there are not.
42 seconds. Calling this meeting into closed session at 5:02.
Joke.
1 second, Jackie, 1 second.
No, not.
Keep going.
Bring up, yeah.
Just kidding.
Bye.
Call this meeting open at 6:19. We're gonna start with our flag salute. Allegiance to the flag, United States of America,
and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We. Right. We do not have a report from close. I'm going to start with item 7, the approval of the agenda and consent agenda.
There's been no changes?
Changes?
Yep.
Motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda.
Move to approve the agenda and consent agenda.
You?
Second.
You can speak up. All in favor?
Aye.
Seeing as there are no nays, the agenda and consent agenda is approved. Now for item 8, speakers wishing to address the board. The board appreciates the support, stakeholders input in our meetings, engagement by members of the public in civic matters, the cornerstone of our democracy. The board has established guidelines for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Within those guidelines, members of the public have the opportunity to address the board. To submit a question or comment, please complete the speaker card by the start of the open session at 6:15. You may see Ms. Ellinger for a speaker card at this time. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make the comment. If you are addressing the board on an agenda item, we will call you to provide your comment before the board discusses that item on the agenda. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, we will take those comments at this time. Please be aware that the provision of the Brown Act prohibits the board from acting on or discussing non-agenda item matters at this time. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. We will have a timer on letting you know when your 3 minutes are. If I have to stop you, please know that I do it with respect and love, but I may interrupt you. Ms. Ellinger, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
Yes, we have 2 from BRSFA. We have Lisa Fahey and Pamela Miller.
Wow, I cannot believe that it is near the end of the school year. Time has truly flown by. One of the most remarkable things to reflect on is how much our students have grown this year. When we look at where they started and where they are now, the progress is nothing short of incredible. And that growth is the result of an entire community coming together. Our teachers dedicate countless hours of their own time planning engaging lessons, organizing field trips, completing endless paperwork, attending professional development, all to better serve students. They're the ones creating those meaningful, lasting moments throughout the year. Our new counselors at each site have stepped up in powerful ways. Thank you. Working directly with our at-risk students, teaching them tools to navigate emotional challenges and supporting teachers by leading classroom social emotional lessons. Our Learning Center teachers and SLPs work daily to help students meet their goals. They collaborate with classroom teachers to provide testing accommodations and ensure every child feels included and supported in every setting. And our school psychologists handle assessments and complex paperwork to help determine the services the students need to succeed. Of course, none of this would be possible without the support of our administrators, front office staff, principals, district office staff, and this board. It has truly taken a village.
To keep in the spirit of tradition of us speaking this year, we're going to also share some grows. So I want to offer reflection on where we can improve. As a district, we must become more proactive rather than reactive. Teachers don't have the luxury of waiting to see what happens next. We plan every detail of our day, often managing multiple schedules for both the whole class and individual students that receive services. If we were reactive, chaos would quickly follow. At the district level, we have an opportunity to enhance our approach to meaningful change. Too often, it seems that significant improvements arise only after concerns are raised multiple times or when challenges become increasingly evident. This can create unnecessary pressure for our school staff and may give the impression that issues are only addressed when they reach a critical point. For instance, updates like the bell schedule or the Wednesday calendar have sometimes felt hurried, which may contribute to a perception that our planning is more reactive than proactive. I recognize that we're all busy and we share a common goal of fostering the best outcomes for the district and the students in particular. To move forward effectively, we must prioritize open and consistent communication, ensuring that we work together and that all voices are heard. So let's work towards changing this narrative. Our staff, students, and families deserve a system that anticipates needs and takes timely action. This proactive approach is essential for truly supporting student success now and in our future. Thank you.
And those are all the speakers, President Bruno.
And what a set of speakers they were. Thank you for that. Before we go to item 9, we're gonna interrupt with some awesome announcements. You want to explain?
As part of our consent agenda, we had several resolutions that were on our agenda honoring our retirees. It is BRSSD tradition that we draft a resolution on behalf of all of our retirees. We're going to take some time tonight to read those. We have 6 retirees this year, 5 board members and a superintendent equals 6. So we're each going to take one retiree and to share the resolution, and also from the California State Senate, each retiree also receives recognition from the Senate. Yes, fancy. And we'll start no particular order at Shelley, with Shelley.
Whereas Lynn Bjorquist has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Whereas Lynn began her career in the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District at Nesbitt Elementary
Come on up,
for
Lynn.
several years. Oh, should I stand up?
That's right.
I'm okay. Okay. For several years, and then played a key role in opening Sandpiper School in 1997. Over the years, she has worn many hats, serving as a 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th grade teacher, a writing workshop coach, and a BSTA coach for many years. Lynn even stepped up as an interim principal for a year, reluctantly yet wholeheartedly to the school community. Whereas Lynn has been a dedicated and multifaceted leader, serving as an exemplary teacher, thoughtful mentor, and sounding board for all colleagues, trusted union representative, and respected site administrator, always advocating for students and supporting colleagues with integrity and care. Whereas Lynn has been a respected member of the school community, known for her kindness, humor, professionalism, and the relationships she has built with students, families, and colleagues alike. Whereas Lynn has been a tireless source of school spirit and community building through probability experiments, SF Giants games, interactive student experiences, clever plays and songwriting, mastering how to bring the curriculum to life in so many creative ways. Whereas the BRSSD community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Lynn for her outstanding service, invaluable contributions, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and colleagues throughout the years. The district extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement, filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with loved ones. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Lynn Bjorquist with 36 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
If you would like to. I need to.
Started here 36 years ago. There were 3 schools and 1 middle school. And there were 7 of us hired that year. And they didn't know what to do with us because there were 7 of us hired and it was overwhelming. It's a little school. So it's been nice to be in one district for all 36 years and had so many opportunities to expand my knowledge and my growth. And it's all due to supportive staffs and supportive administrators and friends and family. And so thank you.
Congratulations.
And, excuse me, I'll read the next resolution, commending, Christopher Della Pietra. Whereas
No, Krista.
Christopher Della Pietra has announced his retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Whereas Christopher spent his career at Belmont-Redwood Shores School District teaching music to fourth and fifth graders at all of our elementary schools. Whereas Christopher has dedicated over 30 years to the education and nurturing of young minds, inspiring countless students to achieve their full potential. Whereas Christopher has provided expert instruction to our violists, violists, and cellists in small groups, one-on-one sessions, and as a full ensemble. Whereas Christopher has been a respected member of the school community, known for his kindness, professionalism, and the relationships he has built with students, families, and colleagues alike. Whereas Christopher has been a creative teacher, persevering through the changing times and teaching students from afar through a global pandemic and utilizing technology to help students record themselves playing, self-assess in the moment, and set learning goals. Whereas Christopher has shared his deep love of music with our youngest learners. Whereas Christopher has been a trusted colleague, always ensuring that quality music instruction stays at the forefront of the experience for our BRSSD students. Whereas the BRSSD community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Christopher for his outstanding service, invaluable contributions, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and colleagues throughout the years. The district extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with loved ones. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Dr. Christopher Della Pietra with 15 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes him a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
And we will make sure that Chris gets his commendation as well as his congratulations, and hopefully he's listening at home.
Okay, well, I have the honor and privilege of commending Allison Williams. Whereas Allison Williams has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Whereas Allison began her career at Belmont-Redwood Shores School District at Nesbitt Elementary School and ended her career at Redwood Shores Elementary School. Allison has taught transitional kindergarten, and first grade. Whereas Allison has dedicated 28 years to the education and nurturing of young minds, inspiring countless students to achieve their full potential. Whereas Allison has set the bar high on how a transitional kindergarten should be taught at Redwood Shores Elementary. Whereas Allison has been a respected member of the school community, known for her kindness, professionalism, and the relationship she has built with students, families, and colleagues alike. Whereas Allison has partnered with guardians, specialists, and staff to target the intervention and enrichment of each of the students in her classroom. Whereas Allison has served on the Redwood Shore Positive Behavior Intervention and Support Leadership Team and collaborated on developing a sustainable system of student support at RSES. Whereas the BRSSD community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Allison for her outstanding service, invaluable contributions, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and colleagues throughout the years. The district extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with loved ones. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Allison Williams with 28 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
And for reading that, I have the pleasure of having her son in my class. And,
but very special. Thank you. Thanks to all my colleagues, everybody over the years.
Is Lynn Proctor here? No? No. I have the honor of reading Lynn's. Whereas Lynn Proctor has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Whereas Lynn spent her career as a special day class paraeducator at both Ralston Middle School and Sandpiper School. Whereas Lynn has walked many miles, literally and figuratively, for students and colleagues, always showing up with purpose, dedication, and a smile. Whereas Lynn's calm presence and warm heart have been a source of comfort and support for our students. Whereas Lynn will be deeply missed as she enjoys the other role in her life as grandmother and mother. Whereas the BRSSD community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Lynn for her outstanding service, invaluable contributions, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and colleagues throughout the years. The district extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement, filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with loved ones. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Lynn Proctor with over 17 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement. Congratulations.
Okay, I'm the last one.
Second's the last one.
Second, so sorry.
Last.
Fifth one. I've got the pleasure of reading the resolution for my oldest daughter's first teacher, Joanne Bosky.
Nope, Joanne. No.
Oh, wow, she's
Whereas Joanne has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Whereas Joanne began her career at Belmont-Redwood Shores School District at Nesbitt Elementary School and ended her career at Redwood Shores Elementary School. Joanne has taught both transitional kindergarten and kindergarten. Whereas Joanne has dedicated over 26 years to education and nurturing of young minds, inspiring countless students to achieve their full potential. Whereas Joanne has contributed to setting a high standard on how a transitional kindergarten is taught at Redwood Shores and BRSSD. Whereas Joanne has been a respected member of the school community, known for her kindness, professionalism, and the relationship she has built with students, families, and colleagues alike. Whereas Joanne has advocated for students to receive proper early intervention to the students who need it most. Whereas Joanne has served on the Redwood Shores instructional leadership team and collaborated on creating our school goals. Whereas the BRSSD community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation for outstanding service and valuable contributions and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and colleagues throughout the years. The district extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with loved ones. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commend Joanne Bosky for 11 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
And again, we will make sure that Joanne and Lynn receive their certificates of recognition. And now last, definitely, Ellen, come on up. Whereas Ellen Paisley has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Whereas Ellen spent her career at Belmont-Redwood Shores School District at Ralston Middle School teaching arts and ceramics. Whereas Ellen has dedicated over 28 years to the education and nurturing of young minds, inspiring countless students to achieve their full potential. Whereas Ellen has built a successful you doubled that. Has built a successful art and science ceramics program at Ralston, showcasing the wonderful art talents and diversity of students. Whereas Ellen has been a committed elective department chair. Whereas Ellen has been a respected member of the school community, known for her kindness, professionalism, and the relationship that she has built with her students, families, and colleagues alike. Whereas Ellen has led the Ralston Sexuality and Gender Alliance Club and created a safe space for LGBTQ plus students and allies. Whereas the BRSSD community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Ellen for her outstanding service, invaluable contributions, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, and colleagues throughout the years. The district extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with the loved ones. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Ellen Paisley with 19 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
I want to thank the BRSSD community for being supportive of the arts, for supporting our very rich elective program that happens at Ralston. It gives our kids who are wired a little bit differently a safe place to create. It gives kids who have struggling with reading and writing, but their three-dimensional skills are off the map, a place to shine. It allows kids a safe place to make friends. It showcases all kinds of cultures that are represented here in the Bay Area. The kids also learn a lot about different cultures, different techniques, methods, things like that. So I really do appreciate the support that I've gotten for this program. I really want to thank my colleague, Steve Pomeroy. He's the other half of our visual program. Flatlander. Nobody wants to go across this bridge. We understand this. So friends and family, both. So I really appreciate that and keep supporting the arts because it really does help save lives, actually.
That was awesome. We're gonna slide right back in. Item number 9, Board of Trustees report.
You know, I like to go first,
You do.
President Bruno. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this month has been full of exciting different events. So I'll just do a couple because I know I was with some other trustees at other events. But the one I really want to highlight was actually at Redwood Shores just the other day. So I had the opportunity to go visit the 3rd grade wax museum. And I didn't really know what to expect walking in, but it was so cool. It was so cool. And the amount of time and preparation that the students went through to get their performances ready, you could really, really see that they really spent a lot of time and they really enjoyed the whole event. And it was just really, really cool and fun to see. So yeah, it was great. That's it for me.
Thank you for coming.
Trustee Day. Like to go next. Trustee Northrop.
Thank you. So I have kind of a long one this time to make up for all of my other times this school year where I've had very little to report. But yeah, I recently participated in an advocacy trip to Washington, D.C., sponsored by the California School Boards Association. Our main purpose was to advocate with members of Congress to protect federal funding of public education, which includes funding for Title I schools and for special education. About 100 school board members and superintendents from across California attended. And with that large number of attendees, the California School Boards Association, CSBA, was able to arrange for 3 Congress members and Senator Adam Schiff to address our group. CSBA was also able to arrange for us to hear from experts in policymaking before we had a meeting with our elected Congress member. We heard from a former Assistant Secretary of Education, a constitutional law professor, public opinion pollsters, and experts on advocating with Congress members. Along with other school board members and superintendents from San Mateo County, I was able to meet with the legislative director from Congressmember Kevin Mullen's office. Congressmember Mullen was not able to join us, but he did join us as an announcer at Celebrate the Music, which happened during the same time. And we do appreciate him joining us as an announcer at Celebrate the Music. Congressmember Mullen's legislative director was very knowledgeable and had a great discussion with us about protecting federal funding of our public schools. And the legislative director happens to be a graduate of BRSSD schools. I was very honored to be able to advocate on behalf of our board and the school district, and I appreciate the district's support. I'd like to close with some words of wisdom that one of the advocacy experts shared with us. This is a paraphrase of his words of wisdom. Congress members and their staff are meeting with many people every day who are trying to influence policy. But most of the people they meet with don't actually live in their districts. And then back to Trustee Northrup's voice. By advocating on behalf of public schools, California school board members are making sure that Congress is accountable to the voters and everyone who lives in their districts. I was honored to be able to participate in the political process in this way. Thank you.
Trustee Ting?
Although I did not go and participate in the great political process like Trustee Northrup, I did have the opportunity, like Trustee Dang, go to the third grade wax museum at Redwood Shores the other day. And I also had the pleasure to attend a really special assembly over at Ralston with Mark Rober. And it just really showcased the creativity and the confidence and the engagement of our students. At the third grade wax museum, our students brought historical figures to life with research-based presentations and costumes. And as Trustee Dang had mentioned, the level of preparation and enthusiasm was so impressive. They were so into it. There was this one boy who was just standing there like this the entire time until you push the little button, put the sticker on, and then he all of a sudden came to life. It was amazing. It was amazing. And it was very clear that students were developing important skills in not just the research, but also in public speaking and empathy and understanding who it was that they were becoming. And the middle school assembly was equally inspiring, if only for the amount of enthusiasm that the children came into the room with. It was stomping and hooting and hollering and just excitement over going to an assembly on science, density of atoms, and just the explosion of ping pong balls. It
Very cool.
It was definitely cool. So and I also, actually, I forgot to mention, I also went to the BMX assembly over at Sandpiper for rock and roll school day, walk and roll to school day. And again, the excitement that our students have for these experiences that are outside of the classroom, that are different and new. I find that they were very inspirational. And it reminds me of the power of experiential learning and understanding the student voice. And it kind of got me thinking about, how is it that we assess the impact of our assemblies and these enrichment events on the school climate? I know we do these things and we have these great experiences for the students, but how do we assess it and see what it does for them in the long term? Are there more opportunities for these types of experiences across grade levels, across different schools? How does Ralston get these very interesting speakers to come between Potion Low and Mark Rober to appear at the school? Can we get them across more of give these opportunities to more of our students? Then I appreciate everything we all do here, or you all do, and thank you very much.
So I'll just mention the one thing I know I saw a lot of fellow colleagues and teachers and everything was celebrate the music festival last month. And for me, I had the honor of introducing the elementary school musicians and choir throughout assembled. And it was quite extraordinary. I'm just so blown away by the amount of talent that is in this district and the fact that our music proposition is working. That it can start in fourth grade, which is unique to our district versus some other districts. And again, just the passion and exuberance for them to come up and be on that stage in front of parents and friends and others. So I also was very happy that several dignitaries came to meet me. Mayor Julie Mates came, Supervisor Ray Mueller came, and also Representative Kevin Mullen introduced with me. So I'm really glad I got to stay local and have to. No, but it was just very impressive. And one of the things that I've always missed, for logistical schedule reasons, was the end result, which was the Battle of the Bands. And again, Carmont, impressive, going against at this time was UC Davis Marching Band. And they were just outstanding. And I'm sitting there thinking, this is high school, but you lose sight of that because of the amazing sounds that come out of it. So it was just, again, a very impressive event, and it takes a lot of work and hard work. And we thank School Force for orchestrating this and certainly all those involved with it. So I just want to thank the community.
Yeah, sure. You guys covered a lot. I don't have that much more. I was chilling this month. I didn't go to that many events, honestly. I live streamed Frozen the musical with my kids during dinner, and it was a great show at Nesbitt. I did go to, there was an event that I ended up struck by. I was talking to some teachers. There was a community potluck, which was just a pretty basic, kind of low cost, low setup event. But I learned that it wasn't purely a kind of PTA creation, but more from kind of some concerned teachers who teamed up to try to create kind of easily accessible events. And I do find myself maybe forgetting that your humanity extends outside, like beyond 315. So I was just really appreciative of like where their hearts went, what they created, to being there until 8:30 and playing Foursquare with the kids while hanging out with the community. So anyway, that was a cool event. I'm gonna give the rest of my time to just general shout outs for cultural events and happy times. Happy spring, the weather's awesome. Happy home stretch. There's like a month left. You're there. I don't think we're gonna see teachers again before our next board meeting. So happy summer. Happy CAS testing. My third grader, I don't know if this story matters to you all. My third grader was really excited about it. Really was. And just like all the kids right now, when you hear like that kind of echoed cough through the halls, my kids are going through it. And I was like, I'm not sure you should go to school. And there were tears because she was like, the CAS test, Daddy. And so I pumped in a bunch of medication and irresponsibly, that's my kid. And my first grader is maybe looking forward to it for right now. She's still enjoying it. I look forward to more days of it. So there's that. Happy Memorial Day as that comes up. Thank you to veterans and fallen soldiers. Happy Mother's Day. Mothers are awesome. That happened. And also May is AAPI History Month or Heritage Month and Jewish American Heritage Month. And just shout out to people who that's important for, which is all of us, perhaps. Yeah, that's my bit. And next, superintendent report.
I will keep it brief, but recognitions. So I'm also, once again, struck by the supportiveness of our community. Celebrate the Music and School Force. Just a fantastic event. It was a little chilly, but people still came out, heard some great tunes, lots of involvement from our music team, and our kids were amazing. So always a great day. I also want to recognize Rotary, who just gave out their teacher mini grants. We had mini grant award winners from SIP, Nesbit, and Ralston. Those are $500 grants to do some of the little things that sometimes we're not able to do. Buy books, do special activities, and the Rotary has been very supportive of Belmont-Redwood Shores. So big thanks to Rotary. I think I've mentioned these two, but you can never mention them enough. Central California Distinguished Award designation this past month, fantastic. Nesbit, fully accredited IB middle years program, fantastic. And then the last 2 weeks, there's been a couple others. Nesbit and Sandpiper were honored by the San Mateo County Office of Education for Climate and Sustainability Awards. That's fantastic. Ralston was honored by the San Mateo County School Boards Association for a Kent Award in their STEM elective with Mr. Banker. Amazing classroom. When you're at Ralston next time, go visit Mr. Banker's classroom. And you'll see a little bit about why that program was recognized. And then finally yesterday, again, San Mateo County Office of Education, SELPA had an awards assembly, or sorry, not an assembly, an awards ceremony honoring special education educators. We were fortunate to have 3 educators honored, Jody Hammond, Brina Hohe, and Kelly Fernandez for their work with our students with special needs. Big congratulations to Jody, Brina, and Kelly for their hard work. Wonderful celebration there. The Million Days of May is quite busy, but there's great things happening as we celebrate the achievements of our district, of our staff, and of our students. So it's a happy million days.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. Continuing with our staff recognitions, item number 11. You're still in the mic, staff recognition.
11 is school spot.
Day.
Yep. That's okay.
I was reading the minutes from a year ago.
Whoops.
You guys weren't supposed to hear that.
We keep our bullets
It's-
pretty realistic.
The Macs have very sensitive tabs, so-
Recognition.
Redwood Shores.
School spotlight. Redwood Shores. Confident.
Okay, well, if I may do this,
Alright.
okay. Talking to all of us here, but I'll be, directed at you as well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about Redwood Shores Elementary School, and thank you to our SEAL family for showing up. I was hoping you would clap at that point. Thank you. So, I'm driving this. Oh, I need to turn it on. Let's start there. Okay, I feel like you've seen this before, so I'm going to move on. So I want to talk about our well-rounded learners at Redwood Shores Elementary School. And I felt like it was very fitting for me to give this presentation in May, near the end of the school year. It's my first year as principal here. It's my first year in this district. I'm coming from a different district as a principal, and it's been a very positive change for me personally, but also because of just what the greatness that we already have here. So this is an experience for me to reflect. There's just a couple of pictures in there. One of them of our retiree, Miss Williams, doing a science lesson, her TKers. But in this reflective experience for me, this reflective assignment, if you will, a word kept coming up in my brain, and that year was proud. I'm really proud of our students. Our students every day come to us looking for a challenge. They're ready to learn. They might not always express it in the nicest way, of like why we're learning this, but they want that challenge, that drive, that hunger is so immediately apparent. And we have our teachers who feed that thirst. And I'm proud of them for showing up every single day, excited to learn. I'm really proud of our parents. Our parents advocate for our community. They advocate for their students and the specific needs that they have. And I'm proud of our teachers for doing everything they can to meet those needs, and our specialists for going above and beyond to ensure that's also met. I'm proud of our parents who strive to make our community better, our PTA and our parent volunteers. They plan a variety of events, some of which I'll highlight today. And people often after these events thank me for planning these events. Thank you for hosting. I'm like, so I can't take any credit. Our parents did all of that, and I'm proud that our parent community steps up to do that and take off that planning off our plate. I'm proud of our staff. I'm proud of our staff who, despite being in year 1, 2, 10, 15, 20, 30, that our staff wants to continue to grow and develop in their practice because that's what's best for students. Our teachers are consistently looking for feedback. They're consistently consulting with our specialists to ensure that our students are getting what they need. And I'm proud of our community for the resilience that they have experienced. Think back, I believe it's our 4th graders now that their kindergarten year was distance learning. I think I'm doing, yep, okay, yep. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. And our TKers were born in that COVID year. And then since all of that, you know, we all experienced it. I am the 3rd principal since then. So within that change was innately happening, but change in leadership also presents challenges. But I feel proud that our community took it as an opportunity to go stronger and took it as an opportunity to sustain systems on their own. And I feel really lucky that I feel a better title for me as opposed to a leader as a facilitator. I feel proud that I could facilitate the path that we are already on and listen deeply and reflect so that we can continue to improve, to give our teachers the best what they need. So our students, who is ultimately our goal to give them exactly what they need, are getting what they deserve. So that's the theme. I feel proud. I'm proud of them. Okay, so just some pictures.
I hear it.
I hear it too. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to highlight a few different things. I'm not going to go, bullet by bullet point or read, but I really want to highlight our rigorous learning, which shows into our well-rounded learners. It ultimately goes into, high expectations. But moving backwards, this year, BRSSD released Power Standards. That's a district level initiative, not happening at our school. That highlighted what are standards that we want to focus on each year with the hope that we're building the same standards, the same focus in 1st grade, the same one in 2nd grade, 3rd grade, et cetera, et cetera. So what we did with that document that was given to all of the district, we look at it and we knew that a map of standards, while well organized and listened month to month, a standard is a goal, it's not a plan. And so our teachers, they took it as an opportunity to make a plan. So here's a list of standards and here's what we do each month. Here's what it looks like in my classroom. Here's what it looks like collective in this grade level. And our teachers are truly collaborative to ensure that our students are getting a very high quality experience, but also one that is collaborative. We worked on this for pretty much the entire 1st semester. First, it was just kind of a brain dump. What do we do? Then teachers created a whole template. Members of our instructional leadership team reviewed it, gave feedback to the grade above and below them. Teachers reviewed it for the grade above and below them to finally at the very end, we did a gallery walk where a teacher, if I'm a 1st grade teacher, I got to look at every single example and I could see how does my 1st grade standard build up to 5th grade? How does it extend from TK, et cetera, et cetera. What this allows us to do is have a very strong vertical alignment and collaboration with our staff, which ultimately leads to high expectations so that we know that our students will be strong writers because we worked and built on this skill since the day 1 that they got here all the way to their 5th grade promotion. I want to share a goal that we drafted. This is our school goal for next year, and it's speaking onto our high expectations. The goal is in blue. Members of our board, trustees, I'm going to guide you into a strategy that we use in our classrooms to support academic discourse, to support our students to speak in class and to read. So what you're going to do, you're going to follow along. What's in blue? I'm going to read out loud, and if I pause, you're going to fill in the blank. One, it's making sure you're paying attention. Two, it's also giving you an opportunity. If I'm a strong reader, I'm following along. If I'm a struggling reader, I'm listening and I'm hearing examples of what fluency sounds like, and I could pause, and I'm going to do a mix of words that are ones that are sight words, maybe recognized, words that are maybe more challenging, and you can hear it. So our first word of this paragraph is all. What's our first word? All. Thank you. You already paid attention. Good job. So I'll get started. All RSES students will
Increase
academic achievement and communicating math, reasoning, and English
language.
arts listening as measured by classroom and state assessments. RSES students will grow their
Critical
thinking and effective communication skills through structured
academic
discourse and collaboration strategies explicitly taught by their
teachers.
Good job. You passed. So some of the ways that we're doing that, and I guess to summarize that, we want our students talking. We want our students to explain their reasoning out loud, explain it to each other. This supports all types of learners. This supports learners who need that enrichment, and now they have the opportunity to teach someone else, and you're learning more if you're able to teach it. It supports the types of learners that benefits from listening to their peers first, maybe if English is not their first language. And it benefits students who just are more verbal. There's a variety of strategies in that as well. Some of the other things that we'll be doing is, for example, problem of the month. Every grade level will have a different problem of the month. The students will work through it together, and that's an opportunity for data collection as well, so we can truly assess how our students doing. One other thing I want to highlight, our teachers this year, thanks to the approval of our school site council and our LCFF funds, our teachers received a budget for specifically and explicitly for intervention and enrichment. It was really wonderful to give that agency to our teachers to make those decisions about what do they need in their class to ensure that they're giving the students a proper enrichment and intervention in their class. Belonging and inclusion. So this is one of the events that I was sharing that is hosted by our PTA. This was recently, the end of last month. This is our multicultural night. I can invite you next time, and I can hear it in your updates. It's a very beautiful, beautiful experience. I didn't really know what to expect, again, because I didn't plan anything, but 2 is my first time. But I walk in and the MUR was absolutely packed. Our parents volunteer and they bring different foods from different cultures, from their own culture to share. And we have flags that are, stuck in the food, and it's literally like the UN. You just see like every single flag there is represented. Our students are performing, representing various cultures. And if you're going to go, bring a pocket of tissues. I was crying the entire time. It was just a very beautiful, beautiful experience. Just some highlights of our diversity, and I'm sharing this as a highlight because I think this is so beautiful. There are at least 28 different languages represented at Redwood Shores Elementary School. Like, take a second and digest that. That is significant. And that's beautiful. And 38% of our students are bilingual, I should say multilingual, but they speak more than one language. One of my get to know you activities at the very beginning of the year, went to every classroom, I read a book, I shared facts about myself. And one of the facts that I shared is that I could say no cheese, please, in 5 different languages. Test me later. And then the kids were asking, okay, what language? And I would, say it. And like the kids were calling me out my accent. They're like, no. And then it turned into a fun activity where they would ask me, like, can you say it in Mandarin? No, can you? Yeah. And then they would say it. And so it turned into this very beautiful conversation about the different languages that we speak. And I just think that in itself is such a highlight. 16 different ethnicities represented, again, at least. Again, take a second to like take that in. When you look at a school's profile, it's usually like 2 to 4, right? So again, this is something that's truly beautiful. And 14% of our students are English language learners. A lot of them have been reclassified and are multilingual. Those are the students who are still English language learners. I brought some props to just like, highlight our diversity. Again, one of our school action items in our SIPSA from last year was to build a library of books that represent various diversity, different cultures and the diversity of our school. And I had a really great time putting this list together, trying to get 28 different languages, 16 ethnicities, every culture, every religion. And I just wanted to share a few that we had under the Ramadan moon. The idea of this is that teachers can take this and borrow it and read it to their own class. Another one, Filipino celebrations. I had to grab this out of the hands of one of our staff members who just like saw it and felt so seen in it and was like, is this for me? I'm like, well, you can borrow it. You can borrow it. Yeah, Miss Marichelle, like what it, she's like, I'm gonna steal it. Hair love. Fry bread, a Native American family story. All My Stripes, a story for children with autism. And we also made sure that there was a variety of reading levels represented as well. So we have some directed to our upper grades, Esperanza Rising. So I got about 4 of each copy. Again, I have the list. If you want to see the list I curated, I'm happy to share it with you. It was very fun to put together. And I'm just like, I hope I didn't miss anything. But it's been really lovely. They've been coming in our office. We had a student who also came in and saw the Ramadan one and just really lit up. And that was like a moment where it's just like, this is why we do it. Like they feel seen in that moment. We have a very big diversity of learners too. So I wanted to share some stats kind of briefly, and then I'll share a story. 19% of our students have an IEP or 504 plan. Yes, that number is correct. I did validate it. And for context, the state and district average is closer to 10%. So this is again significant. We do have 4 SDC special day classes, plus a variety of students who are in our general ed classes as well. I say this as a highlight. We have this team of specialists that are truly giving that support to the students who need it most. Part of that, there's steps before a student qualifies. We host 3 different, what we call student consultation days or student talk days, where teachers meet with specialists depending on what the need is. I order 2 subs for the day. It's a big puzzle to try to figure out who's going where. They might meet with Miss Marie for a second to talk about articulation support or articulation need. They might meet with Miss Taylor for a minute to talk about whatever the need might be. And within those, we had 48 students that we took time to specifically talk about and come up with targeted interventions that they need. 30 of those students, we then had a follow-up student success team meeting. Okay, what we talked about, we tried it, we still see a need. Let's follow up, meet with those parents. And for 24 of those students, they met their grade level standards with those intervention, meaning that we gave them very targeted intervention, met with the families and specialists, and the students are doing okay. And 7 of those students resulted in a referral for an assessment plan for an IEP or a 504 plan. And I say this with confidence that every single one of our referrals is for a student who truly needs that intervention. And every single one of them have qualified for an IEP plan. So if you're wondering why Miss Taylor is so busy, that's why. And just a few other highlights. Our current caseload of our reading specialists who work with students who are still approaching standards of grade level reading or who need specific English language development support. She has 40 students she's working with currently. A highlight from our counselor, Ms. Doss, who is here today. Again, like taking that number, 117 students checked in with the counselor at least once, a self-referral or a teacher referral. That is like 1/4 of our students. So she's also busy. And then I put a number of students who have that tier 2 support. 31 participate in social emotional individual check-ins. It's more than just like a let's talk once, but we're meeting on the caseload, and 21 students in a counseling group. I say this, I feel like people see these numbers and it's what does a deficit? I see it as a point of beauty and a point of confidence that these students are getting exactly what they need. I feel confident that I can look at a parent in the eye and say, your student will be valued here and your student will get what they need. And that's because of the staff that we have here. That's all cool, but I think it's fun to also talk about, a story. I want to share a quick tidbit about a student. This student came to us new to our district this year as a 3rd grader. This student, she, in her 3 years of schooling, has made a total of 1 year growth of reading. Need to say, she was behind coming to us. Her teacher was so keenly aware, and on, day 1 of one of those student talk days, brought up this student, and we immediately started discussing interventions and support. The parent also came to us with a letter from the doctor saying that they recommend that the student is assessed for individualized education plan. Our team felt it was a little bit too early for that conversation. They're emerging in their English skills. We're doing different targeted interventions, and we ultimately declined this assessment request. The teacher put in so many different supports. I feel like she's gonna know who I'm talking about here, but she did spelling groups for this student, individual group sessions with this student. She's meeting with our reading specialist. Our teachers are also doing after-school homework clubs, meeting with their teacher after school reading support. She started with an iPad for translation because she's still emerging in her English language skills. Fast forward to now, we can't really get her to stop talking. iPad is not needed anymore. And in less than a year, in 7 months, she made 1 year's growth of reading, which is incredible because of the interventions that we could give and because of support from her teacher. I feel like this story is actually a relatively common one. And again, it's why I feel so proud that we're giving the students the support that they need. Okay, and then last thing I'll highlight is our community engagement. I feel proud of our process on how we have made decisions in our school, specifically on our school goals, our school budget. I sent families a survey. How should we spend this money? What are things that are important to you? I asked families this, I asked staff this, and together we curated this to put this list together. So what our budget reflects now, I feel like, is our equity stance in a number form. And then lastly, I'm just going to highlight the joy factor. Here are some pictures of us dressing up. None of these days are Halloween. They're all just dressed up days for various random theme days, kind of for no reason. Our science fair, that is me with an alligator. I was a little bit nervous for that picture, if you can't tell. So that's just another fun assembly for just like the sake of joy. And that is something that I feel like is so common in our school, that joy factor. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
All right.
We're looking at the alligator.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're discussing.
It's like it's a stuffed alligator, right? Really?
Yeah,
Touch it if you wanted to. Yeah.
you could touch it. Actually, all the students, as they walked out of assembly, like touched the alligator. You know,
My God.
I think it was big teeth.
kangaroo.
Where it was like the alligator ate it? It was. Questions?
I had a couple of questions. First, just a statement, as a parent of a child who's attending Redwood Shores Elementary and who has an IEP, I'm so thankful and grateful to all of the staff and teachers. I've seen it, just a huge growth in my son. And so it's just really special what you guys are doing and really appreciate that. But my question, I would love to hear an example or two of some of the problems of the month maybe like one from a lower grade and one from an upper grade of what you guys are working on?
Sure. So that's actually a practice that hasn't been done this year. It's been done in prior years. And then we're gonna revamp that to
Got it.
continue
Okay.
next year. I'm sure any of our teachers can give you an example. But it's really just think of very like multi-step problems where there is a series of things that students have to answer.
Okay.
In order to get to the final answer. And it requires them they have to do it together. It's not an individual silent project. And this might be where teachers are thinking about who are they grouping our students with, intentionally to support students who are maybe emerging in their language skills, et cetera.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. It seems like Redwood Shores is having a great time, and it was definitely reflected in my visits this last Wednesday. But I was wondering a little bit more about those socio-emotional check-ins that you had. You said there were like 31 students who did like a tier 2. What is a tier 2 check-in versus a tier 1 check-in? Is there a tier 3 check-in? Can you tell me a little bit more about what that is?
I'll summarize. So our school counselor does a wonderful job of using data and is very data literate. We have multiple ways that we assess our students' social emotional health. One of those being a social emotional screener that students do. Our teachers fill one out, and our upper grade students, third grade and above, they also fill one out. Based on their answers and based on the teacher's answers, we're able to assess, are they no risk, some risk, or high risk? That data is a main driving point of who we would determine might need some more intentional, targeted social emotional check-ins and support. So that might look like a check-in with the counselor monthly. It could mean every other week, and maybe it's weekly. We're meeting with the counselor. And what they're checking in about varies based on the student needs. And that's, what our counselor is holding in her headspace is, all those various needs that she has, that their students have. And the idea is, we're doing these assessment and check-ins every, 3 times a year, right? 3 times a year. And we're reducing the number of students who are high risk to then went to some risk, then went to no risk. And so at our mid-year checkpoint, it was about 5% of students, I should say, that were high risk. And by, in the first year check-in, by mid-year, that went down to 3% of the students were considered high risk. And that just continues to go down. And so that shows with the target intervention. It's unrealistic to say 0% will be high risk, right? But the idea is that we're giving students support.
And as they go down in risk level, do we continue to check in with them and make sure that they're not going back up?
That depends, right? Again, it's tracking our data. And so we're looking to see who are the students who are on our radar overall. Many of them had our SST or student success team meetings. And so that means a team of us are having eyes on them. Sometimes the students exclusively have needs that are social emotional support. And oftentimes it's mixed with low reading, math support, et cetera, et cetera. So we do have a team that is working to support the students. Oftentimes you might have these social emotional needs because I'm below a grade level and I feel not confident about it. And so it's a large process that goes into it. I think in an ideal world, yeah, we can meet every student who was at some point at high risk. Our counselor is one person with a very full caseload. And so we do have to make decisions of who are the people that we're meeting at this point. We have rounds. School counselors are also not meant to be a long-term service either. So there's our limitation as well. And we can refer to students who need that type of support if necessary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love the anecdotes, and so I appreciate that. You mentioned a little bit about it, but when you think about for your second year, not wishing away this first year, are there any things that you're like, I want to again build on this, or this is something I want to focus on? Goal-wise, have you thought about it?
I think about that all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of what exactly, I think that the goal that I shared with you, the academic goal, is something I'm so excited about. It's something I'm passionate about, of getting our students talking and collaborating. Studies will show that the average student, or it's particularly the average English language learner student, if you follow them throughout the day, the number of times that they speak throughout the day is 0. That's very typical nationwide. Quiet, they're compliant. I'm not making any problems, so I can get away with not speaking all day. Their language skills are not developing. So this is thinking about, again, when we're thinking about our diversity of students, this will support our emerging language learners. It will also support enrichment for those who are rich in language and who are above our standards, because again, those might be students who like, I can write it down all day and write down the answer to explain my reasoning. But once I'm working with a peer, that's a higher level of rigor. So that's something that I'm very excited about and something that I'm very passionate about. That's something I'm going to take, data on. How many number of students have been speaking in this class? We're piloting a walkthrough tool right now with our instructional leadership team that does track that. What's a percentage of students who've done that, who are talking? Is it 98% of students? Great, but is it 98% of students and the one student who's not talking is a student with disabilities? I don't call that equitable. So we're taking that into consideration as well.
Wait, how are you tracking the speaking?
Observational data. Yeah, so it has its limitations, right? Like I walk in for 10 minutes, it's a snapshot, it's not a whole picture, but it's something to go on.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm really interested in this piece. How are you, so any kind of speech counts? So if like we were reading together over there on the little blue, I don't know, what color, whatever color that was, little box, each one of us would be having said the word teachers, we would all have been counted of yes, has spoken.
That is one example of students having opportunities to speak. One thing that we also would be looking for are protocols. There are a variety of protocols to engage students in speaking and engaging in academic discourse. Some of them are like in our teacher's back pocket. They use it all the time with or without planning. For example, a turn and talk. You turn and tell your neighbor and you take turns speaking. There's one that require more planning and more efforts. Those are examples of protocol. So I'm looking at, did children speak? Did children raise their hand to speak? Were there multiple opportunities to engage our students? I'm not just saying, can anyone tell me and waiting for a hand, but I'm also doing, let's take some silent thinking time, write your answer. I'm looking, is everyone writing? Okay, I'm looking for 5 hands to share your answer versus the traditional, can anyone tell me kind of thing. Those are examples of different ways of participation. To answer your question, yes. And the example that I shared with you, that's an example of getting students to speak. That's a very low risk example.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. It's congratulations to you and your staff. You're doing an amazing job, and thank you for a great presentation.
I've got a few questions. One is a comment. In this so far this school year, the first adult to get the clicker to work. So just high five.
I actually noticed that.
It's not worked once this school year. Seriously.
Okay, thank you.
The low bar, but great start.
Take it.
What's a? I don't want to like. You don't have to make it too negative, but what's a stress point for you, or a strain point? Like, what's something that you wish was better?
That's a good question. Something that does keep me up at night is, we shared the, diversity of our students. We share the diversity of our learners. Our teachers are working double time to meet these needs. Our specialists are working triple time to meet these needs. I mean, your caseload has been over this entire year. We're how many assessments due, and we got this timeline. Our teachers are, we have a wide range of, I am 3 years reading at a high school level, above grade level, and I have a student who got here in this country yesterday, right? And so that's limitation of like public education in America, like to be real, right? But I think about it every day of, getting asked me the question, can we like keep checking with the students? Like, I wish we could. Can I have another counselor? Those are the things that are that stress point. I often bring myself back to it is what it is in the state of education. and we're gonna work with what we got and we're gonna keep doing it like we've been doing. But that's a stress point.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious, kind of like Trustee Tang, when you mentioned the students that you're just looking to get to speak. What does like friction / support look like? So like, again, the number is 0 speaking times because there's a highlighter maybe, right? So whether you have a younger student or not that really doesn't want to, like, what does that look like?
Are you asking like within the
Is
student
it that,
itself?
like, are the kind of teachers, whatever, trained, instructed to support them or push them? Is it like, let the counselor know, I know Kate's so high, and they check in with this kid later? Is that they working with your EL specialists to gain their confidence, or is it just a thing that you just kind of mark the data that this student maybe doesn't want to and you keep moving?
Are you talking about the students particularly not willing to engage? Yeah, that's a good question. I think like, I'll start by saying that none of these interventions, none of these support work without building that rapport and relationship. And so that's first and foremost.
Yeah.
So honestly, not a huge problem because we take the time to really build relationships deeply with our students. All of our teachers start off with, an SEL, social emotional learning, morning circle, check-in. Those are the things that go such a long way to have the students say like, I see you. I see you. That build and rapport is everything. Now, yes, we have our group of students who may be appear resistant, but that's a form of communication. Sure. Like, you don't trust me yet. That's not me. That's not on you. Yeah. Right. So it just takes time. And, we're going to give that time, whether or not we have it.
Cool. I'm glad you're here.
I'll just end with your theme. I'm very proud of the work that you're doing at Redwood Shores, everything you're bringing to the table, empowering the folks that you work with. And that leads into being very proud of the staff. The one thing I always hear, kind of your question, when we do those word clouds is more. And that's the one thing that we struggle to be able to do. And you guys do that. You bring more to the table every day. And I'm very proud of that work that you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, doctor. Got that picture, but that's okay.
I just got a little funny comment. Sorry, this might be an inside joke, but that last picture, I'm wondering if there's the one before, sorry, I might be totally digressing us. The left corner, the fruits and vegetables. I'm just wondering if that's going to go towards the RFP for the child nutrition vendor. Bad joke.
Where's the one on the right, a potato?
Potato, yeah.
Cookie is the middle one, right? Cookie in the middle?
The couch potato.
No, what order? We're all right. Take page ready. Okay.
Pretty sure I'm up there.
Item 12, public hearing for the LCAP. But first, let's allow people to escape.
Yes, it's a good timepiece.
You want to turn a little bit? It's turn back.
Stimulating, you should stay.
Go on my neck.
You're coming. You're up. Give it to us.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Good.
Good. All right, so there was a draft that was published and then there are handouts. So there's a QR code for anybody who wants to scan it, hot off the presses. And then it's been uploaded as a URL into Simply for you. So you do have the current draft that will be going to county for review. So I can never remember what the public hearing, do I open it before I do slides or I do my presentation first?
Yeah, let's open before, yeah.
Dellinger, are there speakers looking to address the board?
No, there are not.
So you have to formally open it, yeah.
Calling this meeting open for comment at 7:33. Now, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
No, there are not.
Okay. At 7:34, it actually changed. We're going to close back to the hearing.
Do, we have to click that.
Will it work?
Alright.
Yeah, this will be the ultimate test.
Yeah, all right. Oh, sorry, never.
No, mine's in my office if we need it.
That's the one I have.
Don't jinx me.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Right, so good evening. We are here to do our annual public hearing for the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability. As you all know, this is our document that compiles all of the feedback from all the individual sites to document how we are spending our local dollars, both the base grant and the supplemental dollars for our community. There are a couple of changes this year that I wanted to point out to the group. Number one is the reporting on the type of goal. This was new last year, but just in case we don't remember, we have to choose if the goal is going to be a focus goal, a broad goal, or a maintenance of progress goal. You will notice that 2 of our 3 goals are maintenance of progress. Actually, I think all 3 of them are maintenance of progress because we're not making significant changes. The actions are working. The data are showing that there are improvements. There's definitely some ups and downs, and we'll go through those details. There is also this component, which is brand new. There is a mandated inclusion of any unspent learning recovery emergency block grant funds. So we have a few $1 million that we have been slowly spreading out and spending on the LREBG. So anything unspent as of June 30th, 2025 will need to be included in our reporting going forward. We're not 100% sure what that dollar amount is. So rather than putting it there, what we've done instead is include metrics to justify our actions. And it's really because the ways we are spending the dollars for the LREBG are actually in line with our goals, the metrics, there are no new metrics. They're the consistent metrics that you'll see under goals 1, 2, and 3. And then effective this school year, if we have any actions that have not proven effective over a 3-year period, the action must be changed and removed and funding no longer allocated from LCF. So there's not much change to our goals because this is not the composition year. This is the update of a 3-year plan. We wrote them last year. So we do have 2 maintenance of progress goals and 1 broad goal. The focus of goal 1 continues to, on the simplest terms, be conditions of learning, focusing on supported academic, social, and emotional. Goal 2 focuses in on culture and climate. So this is all of our expenditures that have to do with our counselors and our PBIS to make sure we are welcoming and including all students and giving the supports necessary. You've just heard from Redwood Shores about the use of full-time counselors, so good spendings. And goal 3 is community engagement. It is a broad goal and it is specifically tailored to making sure kids feel like they want to be on campus at school because we do have difficulties with chronic across the board. All of the goals from the LCAP continue to align to our strategic plan. And then these are all of the engagement and advisory opportunities that have happened at the school site. We don't do a traditional LCAP advisory group at the district office. I've tried that many, many times. Families don't want to come to the district office to speak with us about the needs at the district level. They engage at their school site levels, and I work with the principals very closely to make sure that every site council and ELAC are meeting regularly and looking at their students' data and make decisions at the site level about how they are spending their supplemental dollars. And then we collect feedback. In addition to all of that, Dan will go to the site to do site visits with the staff and students to make sure we capture the voices of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
You might notice that for most sites, with the exception of Nesbit, their site council and their ELAC are combined. The English Learner Advisory Group can choose to be subsumed by the site council. It's just easier that way for families for the most part, because They're a generally small group and they're part of the school community and they don't necessarily want to be separated out. Nesbit does have a fairly large EL community, so they just run as two. And then I do DLAC meeting every year, which is the district DLAC. There is something a little bit different that we are doing. The actions aren't changing. You've seen the data that was in the draft from over the weekend and what was published. Our academics look good. Our actions are leading to improvements. Our youth truth data are indicating that there is value, absolute value add to the counselors working with our students. The one thing we do notice is year after year, and this is not new, we aren't doing a good job spending all of our LCF dollars in the year that they're planned to be spent. We provide all the actions and we spend all the money, but we don't always use the LCF supplemental for a variety of reasons. We have one-time use dollars that have to be used, they're use it or lose it and they're expiring, so we always prioritize those first. We have several limitations to the LCF dollars, which is how it should be. But that makes it really difficult at the site level to expend them in a timely fashion. And then there are guidance and rules around how the dollars can be spent and what they can and can't be spent on and the reporting. So what I've put up here for you is basically the cheat sheet. The supplemental dollars are brought in by your unduplicated pupil count. Those are kids who are either labeled English learner, foster youth, or socioeconomically disadvantaged. Naturally, there are children who fall into multiple buckets, but if you are 1, 2, or 3, dually or triply identified, it doesn't matter. You're considered one child, and that's why they call it the unduplicated pupil count. That number brings in supplemental dollars on top of the base grant that every district gets. When we are using those supplemental dollars, they are to be principally directed towards the students who bring in the money to increase and improve quantity or quality. When you get to a site where you have at least 40% of the pupils qualifying as unduplicated pupils, you can then take that dollar that is brought in and spend it on a school-wide intervention or implementation or program. As you can imagine, there's some scale that comes when you have more students. We don't have any schools that qualify for concentration funding, so we won't talk about that today. But we do have one of our schools who is at that 40% threshold, which means that we can assign costs at a school-wide level rather than for all of the others. You get a small chunk of money and then I can only spend that money on 12% of the central population or 19% of the Cipriani population. Those numbers on the bottom table are our current count of unduplicated pupils by school site. So because of this, paired with the fact that our sites annually, when I go and report for them what they have spent and haven't spent, there's a chunk of money that kind of gets left on the table, which in the end for us, it's all a wash because it's not like we have to give it back to the state or we lose it. It does go into the general fund, but it's not following the intent of the law, which is giving us dollars to spend on the neediest children. So what we've done is take a look at our expenses, and we've done a little bit of rejiggering, so that we are going to basically take on all of the LCF supplemental dollars at the district level. The sites are still going to get a dollar allocation, but they're not going to have to worry about, is this principally directed? Which students is this funding? How am I going to report this? Just makes it a little bit simpler for everyone involved and gives the sites a little bit more flexibility and freedom, which is really what the intent of the original LCF is, to let the local sites decide what they want to do with their dollars. We're just taking the dollars that used to be LCF allocated to them and swapping them with things that were general fund and other categorical funds and doing the swap. So the dollars spent and the actions and the availability of money is the same, but the reporting onus falls on district office and not on sites. And we have ways to make sure that we are spending our LCF supplemental dollars 100% in compliance and spending 100% of the allocation on the end. Okay. Something that has arisen this year is we are also required, because we have the LREBG funds that are not spent, to do a needs assessment, which is actually something that I do every year. There is a formal template that we look through that is attached to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant dollars, but it's no different than anything that we've ever looked at in terms of, we look at the California dashboard data. We shared with you at the last board meeting that because of the performance of our long-term English learners being in the red in 2 indicators, we are currently under differentiated assistance. Kristen, Julie, Dan, I have been meeting with the county office and reviewing data and working personally with the principals to then think about who are the kids and what are we doing. So that is an issue. That's an issue with a maybe not a solution, but a plan. We also have what I've put out for you are the students who are in the low and very low. So those are the orange kids or the red kids. So under English language arts this year, our long-term English learners and our students with disabilities are in the orange. So depending on how they do this year on the CASP test right now, those are 2 groups that we're keeping an eye on because they could potentially drop in performance and also be in the red next year, which is just something to pay attention to and really hone in on. In math, we do have our students with disabilities, our socioeconomically disadvantaged, and our Hispanic students performing in that orange band, that second to lowest band. And our long-term English learners are performing in that lowest red band. The reason we're in trouble, so to speak, is because a third indicator of chronic absenteeism, you'll see that the long-term English learner is in those 2 pieces. They're red in both groups. And then our students with disabilities are also in the red for chronic absenteeism. So if the students with disabilities were to drop from where they are down into the red, meaning they're in the lowest performance indicator, or they've dropped significantly, then we will have 2 groups next year putting us in differentiated assistance. The differentiated assistance thing is a monitoring from the state, and I kind of liken it to SARB. You get a warning, you get a little bit of help. It's helpful at the beginning, and then ultimately with a SARB letter, you could end up being prosecuted by the DA. In worst case scenario, that's basically what happens to school districts. You basically get your warning, you get assistance, you then work your way out, prove that you're doing all the right things to support the students and paying attention to the metrics you need to pay attention to. For us, I don't anticipate this being a problem. We spoke at length last time about some of the data. They're not nuances, they're just comparisons of different groups, and because we've made some changes, I'm pretty confident actually when we look at year 1 to year 2 and reset year 1 to year 2, we're going to be fine next year. We don't need to go deeper into that right now. Our needs assessments that we've talked about consistently are that we still have performance gaps between our student groups. And the one thing that is new that I started doing this year, because it is on the LREVG template, is looking at which schools have the highest percentage of students at performance level 1 across the board. So we have 3 schools that have the highest percentage in the district, and those schools, it's important as you go on because you'll see how we're allocating a little bit of funding. Nesbitt, Redwood Shores, and Sandpiper have the lowest performers or the highest percentage of kids performing at that lowest level in both ELA and math. So what we did for 25-26 is we've updated our allocation to allow for the school-wide implementation at Nesbitt. We have redistributed the dollars so that we are ensuring that our student needs are met systematically and not just willy-nilly or by luck of the draw. And we are concentrating the LCF supplemental dollars at the district level to ensure that we are monitoring and using the dollars per this distribution. Okay. You'll see that the actions are basically, some of them are new, some of them are continued, but like I said earlier, some are going to be funded out of LCF supplemental dollars, and some are just going to be funded out of all of our different pots. But our kids aren't going to feel a difference, and our teachers aren't going to feel a difference. It really is just a reporting shift here. So Dip Brand is going to continue with their Edu protocols work. Ralston will continue with AI and use in the middle schools. We're going to continue with project-based learning and solutionary teaching at Nesbitt and down in the shores. We have newcomer supports. We've purchased new curriculum this year. We are looking at supporting our reading specialists in providing better materials. We are focusing in on the math. Next year, we have a math adoption as well, district-wide, because the framework has finally been adopted and the state curriculum will be released soon. That'll be really helpful, I think, for our LTELs who are struggling in math performance. We'll continue our after-school interventions at the school sites. Everyone has some version of something happening that the teachers are providing, and then there's also ELAP at every single school site. And then something we started this spring, in addition to the school-based release time, we will continue with our district-wide grade level release so we can collaborate and do some collaborative planning, do some professional learning, do some data analysis, and just planning around the needs of each of the grade levels. So the thing that you're all, the drum roll, this is what you're all waiting for, right? So our total supplemental allocation, is that number correct? I feel like I forgot to update that one. 1496444. I feel like it should be 1555.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we got an updated number and I didn't update it today. It's about 1.5 million. But
You're off 4,000?
I know.
I'm just gonna stop for a minute and point out that all the numbers and actions and items and numbers that she's been processing, she can quickly identify and spout out both of those numbers, as and what should be. So
on 4 hours. So you'll see what the table here, CBO Matsumoto put together for us actually, but we have the unduplicated pupils running across the top by school site. And there are 3 basic funding actions that we are going to pay for out of LCF supplemental to reach that $1.5 million mark. When we look at, we're just gonna start at the bottom, because that's the easiest one to talk about. The bottom row is the counselors. Every single school right now has between 1 and 3 full-time counselors. And based off of their unduplicated pupil count, the average counselor cost is $132,000, including their burdens. So Central's 1 counselor is going to get funded out of LCF supplemental at the 12% rate, equaling $15,990. Because they have 15% of their population is unduplicated pupils, it's a proportion to how they're serving. So they are a school-wide support and a school-wide action and a school-wide implementation. But because of the rules of the funding for LCF, I can't say I'm going to pay for 100% of this position out of LCF supplementals. The person's job is not changing. The person is not changing. The person's salary is not changing. We're just saying of your 1.0 FTE, 0.12 for Central is going to be paid for out of supplemental and the rest out of the existing funds. So it'll be a combination of general fund, school for Sequoia Healthcare District. All of our other funders are going to continue at the same. Cipriani has 19% of their population is unduplicated people. So that's their dollar amount and so on and so forth. The only difference you will see is Nesbitt is getting their 100% of their counselor paid for because they are at that 45% level of unduplicated pupils. They've met the state's 40 percentile, the 40% threshold to say, you can take the dollars and just apply them school-wide because you have enough students that functionally it makes sense. The line above is now our reading specialists. It is the same calculation. So they're all getting paid partially by school force, partially by LCF supplemental, and then this brings them up to 0.7. From the dollars allocated down below through our different funds, sites will still have the option to pay extra to keep them at whatever level they're at. So our specialists range from a 0.7 all the way to a 1.0, and Nesbitt does have 2.0 FTE. Made up of 3 teachers, and they also will continue to get their Title I and Title III dollars to support those positions. Okay. The line above is a little bit misleading. We know that teachers and we don't have a single extra teacher.
I was going to ask.
It's misleading, except that when we talk about the financial aspect of schools, we are not running at 100% efficiency. If we were, we would have perfect packages of 20, 25, 30, depending on your TK, K3, 4, 5, et cetera. We don't move kids when we have to have a combo class. We don't say, oh, I'm so sorry, you're the 35th kid. And now it's causing a a ripple effect, and now I have to open a combo to make it work. So in the term excess, those are just the teachers that have us outside of being 100% efficient. Okay, so there aren't extra teachers per se, but by doing this, we are funding ultimately 3 full-time teachers at Nesbit and a portion of 3 teachers at middle school at Sandpiper. So you can think of it as we intentionally, unintentionally have a smaller class size ratio there, which allows them, the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders at those 2 sites with the highest percentage of kids in the district scoring in percentile 1 on the CAS, to receive a smaller class size ratio. So on the one hand, it's just a mathematical calculation that we do, but on the other hand, functionally speaking, it does nicely align with our kids with the greatest need. So they're not hiring new teachers. It's just the portion of the teachers that are above perfect efficiency. Questions about that?
I'm not sure I understand how the numbers work.
Which ones?
So we have the counselor numbers.
Yeah.
And then the reading specialist on top of it.
Yeah.
And the 12%. So the 12% is 12% of the counselor you pay for is 15,000, or is that just 12% of the dollars you get, and then you can just allocate them? Like
It is 12% of the average counselor salary.
of the counselor. So we're saying, okay, you've got a counselor, 12% of you counselor, we will pay for it. And then if you have a reading specialist, 12% of you reading specialist, I will pay.
Reading specialists, as you're seeing, are a little bit, the average is a little bit higher.
And then the most that we can give them, so for example, is
actually the 100%.
Is the 100,000?
The Nesbit is at 100%, is a full FTE because they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm saying, so the total site allocation number.
That site allocation is not related to.
Not related.
No, that is the money that because all of those reading specialist dollars and calculations used to be our supplemental dollars, who would say, Sandpiper, you have this many pupils and here's your per pupil, here's what you get. And everybody got a chunk. So they're still getting a chunk of money there, but the bottom is the money that they're going to be getting from our own local funds that are not tied to strings about reporting.
If I may add, so before we had it, let's just say a site got $100. And of that $100, 10 of those dollars were supplemental and concentration money, and 90 of those dollars were basic LCFF dollars, right? We were finding, and we're receiving the feedback that it was very easy to spend the 90, but it was hard to spend that last 10, right? And so what was essentially happening is kind of adverse incentives, right? You get this money typically to help supplement the schools that need it most, but because when you divvy it up by site, it ends up being not really a large amount, it is hard to spend, right? And so often sites don't spend. So what we've done, right, is we've given the sites again $100, but now just full LCFF. And we are saying that the items, right, that were already partially covered by the supplemental, we already were covering these positions with supplemental and concentration dollars. You're now basically using the full amount of it to fund those positions now. So what ends up happening is the numbers that you see on the slide end up looking a little bit wonky, right? Because it's not actually, you have to remove yourself from the fact that the sites are still getting their full allocation, right? The goal here is to give the people who are closest to the students the most flexibility to use that money as possible, right? And we, in the way of, if you've ever read the book, The Giver, are trying to take on some of the pain of the reporting process from them, right?
No, I understand that piece. I think in my mind, where it becomes kind of weird is, okay, I understand we've swapped the money, but then all of a sudden you have a school like Sandpiper that has a lot more of those dollars. They now get that full dollar in discretionary spending, however I want, not necessarily targeted at those that are most neediest. They have this extra chunk of money that they can spend for whatever they want at their school. Whereas another school, like say Ralston, they don't have that much money, right? That they can now suddenly spend on whatever they want. I feel like that feels a little bit.
The expectation to spend on the neediest students is still there. The reporting to the state and the
the literal 100 hours that I spent every spring going through every single line item of where it went and how it got spent and how much of it was LCF supplemental versus regular versus why didn't I spend? The wasted time on that is being removed from the principals. But their expectation is all SIPSAs are still aligned to our LCAP goals and our school site priorities. So they're still going to be paying attention to the exact same stuff, but we're just taking away the headache of the reporting.
And if I can add to, we're talking about one piece, the supplemental piece of the budget. There's other categories and things can be multi-funded, right? So you're seeing portions, you're seeing behind the magic curtains of the Wizard of Oz, right? Of how Reese and Ching Pei are making sense of the dollars for their intended uses, right? And that's the big piece here.
Again, this is all coming from a place of helping our schools spend their entire allocation, right? Too often, our sites may leave money on the table because a specific grant that is hard to spend, right?
Yeah.
We want them to be able to spend the money that they are given to help improve the academic outcomes of our students as much as they humanly can.
Yeah. There's also like a nice economy of scale, right? We could do more similar to the school course dollars. We can do more when we have the whole pot and we look at a district level versus giving it everybody on your own, right? So really the improved increased services in terms of how are we reporting the supplemental dollars that must be spent on the unduplicated pupils for the coming year are these very specific pieces of our reading specialists, our school counselors, and I put in quotes, I didn't put it on there because it's not grammatically correct, but excess teachers at Nesbitt, right? Students don't come in perfect packs. So none of our schools run perfectly efficient, but we also by practice have for years tried to keep them a little bit lighter for a number of reasons. And then Nesbitt has this, Sandpiper has just the reality of it being a smaller middle school, which works out great to be able to focus in on the 6th, 7th, 8th grade dip that they're experiencing. We are going to continue also providing our ELOC, our expanded learning for our ELOC eligible students, right? So that includes the cost of the program, paraprofessionals for anybody who requires it as part of an IEP, and transportation as necessary. There's rules and stipulations, so it's not everybody who attends ELOC gets transportation. And then we are going to do math and EL services, professional development, because 1, we have a new math adoption, hallelujah. 2, we have students who are struggling in math across the board. There are a couple of student groups that you'll see when you look on the dashboard that you're like, oh, they're not in the red anymore. They're not in the orange anymore. It's not that they've actually made huge leaps and gains. It's that their population has dwindled, so they're not being reported on publicly, but we can see the data. We're still paying attention to them, but we are not sharing publicly for privacy reasons. But all of that to say, we're going to continue with the capacity building because our teachers are the front line. They have to have the skill and the knowledge and the time to learn to do better because they do want to. And that's just what our kids need. So here's our public hearing. In a month's time, we will do the final public approval and adoption. What typically happens in this month timeline is we submit to the county and they do the audit for us to say, yes, you are going to be good for 3 years. Yes, these are all in alignment with what CDE says is appropriate, or here's your 5 pages of revisions. So we expect there to be typos and catches because there's just so many things to metaphorically dot and cross, but content wise and expenditure wise, this is what we're proposing for you. And I'm looking to you to see if there's anything else.
If I may, one, I would like to recognize Assistant Superintendent who, because there are maybe 1 million pages, not even hyperbolically, that needs to be filled out for this. And 2, Trustee Tang, if I may, talking about, I believe your question was around kind of like the inequity of it, right? I would just like to, again, reemphasize that when we go through the budgeting process, right, we are giving additional sites more money for their pupils that are unduplicated, for students with special needs, for English learners, for example. So we are already building in the equity process to the initial allocation. And again, if I had to reemphasize about the supplemental concentration, This is really just a rejiggering of the fund type, but not a rejiggering of the total money that our sites are getting.
I think where I lost you was in I didn't realize that the emphasis was still being placed on this money should still be going to this population.
Yes,
That's the
absolutely.
piece where I lost you.
Well, that's feedback for me. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I had just a small question, and again, just to echo what CBO Matsumoto said, this is so much work. It's amazing. Thank you for doing all of this. I clicked on the draft and saw that it was 120 pages, and then I came back to the presentation. Thank you very much. Just the second to last slide, slide 11, where it's talking about the ELOP.
Oh, you want, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. I just remember in the past that I think that maybe all students who were socioeconomically disadvantaged were offered a spot, but maybe not all English learners were offered a spot. How is that going to be for this year?
It's going to continue. So are you want to speak, are you asking specifically about the summer PSA?
Yeah, for the summer. Yeah, for the summer. I think specifically for the summer.
Yeah, so the summer program, it's the reality of we have so many spaces because we have so many teachers who are willing to work, and we are staffed with amazing teachers this year. So we prioritize, and we are sending out the tier 5 invites on Monday. So we're getting there. Ultimately, it is our priority to make sure everyone who is ELOP eligible is invited, which includes all of your socioeconomically disadvantaged kids and your English learners. But as you can imagine, not every SEL, SED, or EL has high academic need. So what we've done this year is invited all of the kids who are eligible for a free and reduced lunch with a high academic need. Then we bounce to the English learners with the high academic need in terms of high risk on our screeners, and are just going back and forth. So it's FRL high risk, EL high risk, FRL some risk, EL some risk, FRL low risk, EL low risk. And then when we get to tier 6 and 7, we're gonna get to the EO high risk, EO some risk, EO low risk, EO being English only. So at this point, we have invited almost all of the ELOP eligible children. And there is still space, so they will all get invited. And we have room I have 6 teachers, so we have room for 120 kids.
That's great. That's right.
So
Thank you.
plus or minus, because the K group is gonna be 20-1, and then the others are 25, so actually a little bit more.
And then going along with that, sorry, again, that I just from what I thought I remembered from the past. In the past, was it that if a family were an English learning family, but they were not socioeconomically disadvantaged, were we asking them to pay?
This is where it gets really complicated, right? So the free and reduced lunch kids who are eligible regardless of risk get the program for free entirely. That is part of the ELOP law. We wouldn't want to, and we're also not allowed to. But remember that we only get, the number went up this year to $2,400, I think.
I believe that's correct.
Per ELOP eligible student to provide not only the summer program, but the full year 180 to 80. So the only way to make that work financially in a way that's responsible, and also our ELs are not necessarily in financial need, is to do a tiered payment based off of ability to pay, right? So for any of our kids who are high risk academically or some risk academically, we will pay for that academic portion. And that is because that's our responsibility as a school district. So the Monday through Thursday morning that is academic, that is going to be reading and writing with testing, is free for anybody who has academic risk, regardless of FRL, EL, EO. If you are an EL with no risk that has been invited to participate, you will be asked to pay for the afternoon and then the Fridays. The afternoon is the enrichment and the Friday is the full day field trip. And then there's a sliding scale. And we always say to families, if you have any need, there's a link right in the registration to ask for financial aid,
between the YMCA and us, we will figure out a way to make those kids who need help eligible to participate without having to worry. But to protect our financial situation and make sure that we can continue providing, it's a terrible thing to have to say, sorry, but this is where you put in your district hat and you're like, well, if I am paying 2,000 plus a child to the YMCA for the summer program, and I'm getting 2,000 from the state for 210 days of program, not the 30 days of program, we have to do something a little bit different. So we are also taking advantage of this, I guess, the letter of the law in this case.
Oh,
Thank you. Thanks. Maybe more details than you guys want.
Go ahead.
I have one last question. I was also looking like April did at the very, very long 100 plus document. I was looking at this past week. And with this change with how we're budgeting it, does that help reduce the number of?
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like, okay, so it is going to help with that paperwork, and will it be able to be shorter than?
Absolutely, because instead of
Okay.
having 45 actions where each of the sites say, this is what I'm doing for this money, and
It's money, right?
it's gonna be the 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6. We're probably going to add a couple of actions because Redwood Shores is in TSI this year. Kiara will be working with her site to finalize their TSI plan, which will get subsumed into the LCAP. Because her Hispanic students were chronically absent 2 years in a row, chronically absent in the red 2 years in a row. So we will add a few action items. Most of the things that we do for students don't end up costing anything because this is about building the relationship, about informing the families and working with the teachers to know who the child is. That doesn't have a cost item associated. But if there is a cost, then we're talking a handful of actions now, not the 70 plus that were already culled down from previous years.
So this 100-page document does not reflect these changes that we are proposing.
No, because this is the requirement to reflect on last year's plan. I mean, the reality of it is because of some silly expectations, you will still have probably 30 pages that will have nothing to it because you'll notice when you look at it under the annual update and the new goals, it'll say discontinued for 25-26. But because this is a 24 to 27 plan, those actions are still going to sit there and just say discontinued as of whatever year. And there will be no more reporting, but they do take up that. And then in 27, when we do the next one, thank you. We'll keep an eye on the length of it.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. Thank you for putting the percentage up of unduplicated. And I don't think I've seen all those percentages. So what Nesbit was like 45% or 40%?
45% this year.
45%. So I recognizing what you were saying about it's just kind of more of a reporting mechanism. But going through these percentages, did you rejigger or add money to sites like Nesbit because of the percentages?
Yeah, so Reese is going to be able to speak much more clearly about the formula.
Again, we take so the state already has weightings essentially for each specific population of student. What that means is that the state says for these particular types of students, if we were giving a normal student $1,000, for example, an unduplicated student would get $1,500 or something. We take those weightings and then we basically put it, we take all the different populations of students we have at every site and we make that into an equation, right? And so what happens is that if you have more duplicated students, you are getting more money for all of those students as well. If you have more special education students, you are getting more money for that as well. If you have more English learners, you are getting more money for that as well, right? So in that way, again, we are not trying to build quality, we are trying to build equity, right? We are trying to put money where the students who need more services and more additional supports can actually use them. So for example, Trustee Cost, with your thinking about Nesbit that has a 45% unduplicated pupil count, their site is getting significantly more money than the other sites on a per pupil basis, right? And that is because they have so many more unduplicated students, which means that on average, they are getting more money per pupil.
Okay, thank you. So with Ralston, So I'm understanding, so with all the basically feeding into Ralston and the two other middle schools, but primarily our bulk is Ralston. That 45%, like from Nesbit and everything. So obviously the denominator is bigger on Ralston, right? Your base is. But still, by actual number of students, is Ralston getting like shortchanged in terms of? It's 8%, but that's because the base is 1,100 now instead of 600. So like all those students that are unduplicated from the other sites are primarily the bulk are heading to Ralston. So
I'll jump.
how does that work?
What typically happens before students get to Ralston is they get redesignated as English proficient. So remember that the unduplicated is FRL and EL and foster youth.
Yeah.
So if the bulk of our students are ELs that get redesignated, that explains why Ralston has such a small number.
Got it.
Our free and reduced population across the district, last time I looked was, I think, 10%. And then our EL population is also about 10%. So there is overlap, but if you take out the 450 kids well, I mean, I guess it's 50 kids by the time you get to fifth grade that now are redesignating before they get to sixth grade. That completely changes the need.
Okay, so what you're saying is through the elementary school journey, whenever they come in, and obviously hopefully, and you don't know when they're coming in, what grade level, but they're getting the systems that we have in place.
Yeah.
Support we have in place to hopefully by the middle school years, they're being English proficient. Okay, or they are becoming.
I mean, so one metric you can follow from an outside perspective without even paying attention to what we're doing is the number of long-term English learners, because you have to have been identified for 6 or 7 years, depending on if you're up as your dashboard. Doesn't really matter. They're pretty much equivalent, which means if you're identified in kindergarten, the earliest you can become a long-term English learner, if you have not redesignated yet, is sixth grade. You might be a long-term English learner in fifth grade now if you were identified as a TK student. But so we're really looking at fifth and sixth grade. And when you look at my current number of long-term English learners in the district, the state dashboard says last year we had 45 that are part of the equation. When I look at the kids who have been here and identified as ELs for at least 6 years, we're talking 22.
Okay, so thank you for that segue.
So that's a good number to watch without even.
Yeah. Okay.
That gives you a sense of how many kids are staying ELs once they get there.
Yeah. Can we go to that needs assessment slide? So that was a good segue. The one thing why do you think the long-term English learner is not in red? I mean, that's a good thing, of course, but why is ELA just low while the long-term English learner is very low in math and absenteeism?
I'm not entirely sure because I was pleasantly surprised by the ELA score.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure about that one. I do think if we look at our data in general, our students tend to do better in ELA than math, just by a couple of percentage points. I don't have the exact cut point in my head right now for those between the two, and I don't know how close the long-term learners, the LTELs, are to exiting very low, and I don't know how close the LTELs and ELA are on the bottom. They could be pretty close, and I just don't know right now. That did stand out to me. I haven't had a chance to look into that. We've been looking at who those kids are. I think we spoke about this last time. You have a comparison group for year one, and then how that group does to year two sets your color of did you go up or did you go down? And then year two becomes your new year one, and then you reset, right? So in our original year one, this is the very first time we're seeing LTELs being reported on the dashboard. In our year one, this was 22-23, when we still had a bunch of kids who had passed the LPAC who had not yet been redesignated because we were following our old criteria.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a lot of kids who are at and above grade level who are still maybe falsely labeled English learners. So then when that's your comparison baseline year to 23-24, when we redesignated 72 kids who had passed the LPAC the year before. Now we've taken out all of those high-performing ELs who are also at grade level. And so I
I'm left with students who are true language learners that we truly do need to focus on. But because we're looking at the average performance level of this group, which is a wholly different group than previously, it's not really an apples to apples comparison. We had kids who probably should not have been labeled English learners stuck in the group because of our antiquated processes and criteria. And then we revise. So I do, maybe naively so, but I think when we actually look at the students that we have in this bucket this year compared to next year, I'm not sure that they're going to make leaps and bounds just because I'm looking at who they are and all the other factors around these particular children. And there's too few to speak about publicly, but there's some stickiness about who's in there and how some of them are maybe never going to be redesignated because of the rules and the laws. So, but point being, from 23-24 to 24-25, I think we're going to have an apples to apples comparison. Okay. So at the very least, we're not going to drop dramatically, which is how we ended up there because they took such a big drop from the year before.
Got it.
So it looks like we're doing terribly.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Thank you.
There's that piece to the dashboard.
Next year will be a little bit.
See, at least it'll be an apples to apples comparison, which is the same problem that we experienced with our English learner performer index, right? That ratio that counted the kids that stayed a 4 and took and remained a 4. Well, when you take those kids out, they're not supposed to be there anyways. It's again, so I think we're gonna have a real image of how we are supporting our students or not at the end of this year.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Any others?
It's not really a question. Can you go back to the other slide?
Which one? Forward or back?
Maybe as a question. To that one.
This
one. That one. I think I would like, maybe my curiosity wants to see how those percentages divide for Nesbitt and Sandpiper as a K-5 in a middle school.
I can do that for you.
Is it just like,
maybe.
I can do that for you and send it to you. Because their middle schools are so small, I don't think we would meet the 35 or greater threshold for me to be.
I'm wondering the same, and I'm curious how, like, what it looks like to serve.
But I can send that to you.
The upper is 2 schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I can send it to you guys.
That's Jackie's getting it. That's it. He got it.
I'll read it.
He wanted it.
That's literally, I think that.
You didn't ask it, Joe.
This is all been interesting. I'm curious what that.
Yeah.
What that looks like. Anything else? Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. And we're on to item 13. Public hearing and preliminary 2025-2026 budget.
Good choices.
At 8:21. Opening this meeting for public comment. Ms. Allenser, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
President Bruno, there are not.
Are you sure?
Positive.
All right, at 8:22, begin the public hearing. The room. And we'll see if CBO Matsumoto knows how to use the clicker.
The pressure's on.
Good evening, trustees. I will decline to use the clicker for this instead of moving this along. I am overjoyed to see such a robust audience with us here today. Starting off with the 3 things I like to leave you with if you take nothing else from this presentation. So one, we are forecasting a $5.3 million deficit. Again, we are continuing deficit spend. We have built up reserves and we are spending that down. 2, we are continuing to keep our per pupil high and also increasing our per pupil amounts. And even though our expenditures are not really fluctuating very much because we have declining enrollment, it means that our per pupil expenditures will continue to grow. And the last main thought here is still we are in a good place, even though we are deficit spending. However, very quickly should we not do this the right way, or should we approach this with a level of haphazardness that we should not, that can change very quickly, right? So this is all to say that while we are in a good position now, it still requires a lot of work by all of our district staff to make sure that we close this deficit efficiently and hopefully as soon as possible. So with that, just starting, Thinking of, oh, no.
That would have been amazing.
I give the 3 points. Thinking about the timelines here. So similar to the LCAP that's Assistant Superintendent who presented, today we have the public hearing. And then again, in June, we will have the formal adoption of the 25-26 budget. I've shown this slide 5 times maybe, and I will show it for another 6 years, very likely. This is our overall strategy, right? We're very fortunate to receive lots of stimulus funds during the past couple of years. Through very careful spending, we were able to build reserves so that when the stimulus funds went away, we don't face a fiscal cliff, right? We built up these reserves in order to keep our per pupil spending high while our revenue catches up with us. Again, thinking about the point of being able to keep our per pupil spending high, the thing that facilitates a lot of that is our declining enrollment. And the real cause of that is our exiting grades, our 8th graders, our 7th graders, our 6th graders. Those classes are meaningfully larger than our entering classes. And this is despite our growth of the TK population as well. We are almost at the full rollout of our whole TK program. And even with that, we are still forecasting an enrollment decline. And basically, once we hit that full TK rollout, we'll start to see a little bit more of a quicker precipitation of that enrollment decline over time. So again, we know this is coming. This is not just unique to us. Many other districts within California are facing the same thing. Again, though, we are fortunate that we are basic aid. So that necessarily is not bad news for us. It actually benefits some of our pupils who are here because that means that they get more per pupil funding. Thinking about just the overall picture, these are just putting kind of numbers to that slide you saw earlier, right? Again, our hope is that we will slowly start closing that gap over time. Again, there are still a few things to be ironed out, such as what happens with negotiations, et cetera, and salaries moving down the line. And again, all this is in the spirit of continuing to grow our per pupil expenditures, right? We want to ensure that more and more money are going towards our kids so that we can achieve the best academic outcomes possible. Getting into the nitty gritty here, there are a couple key things to keep track of. One, again, for reference, because we are basic aid, right, is thinking about where's the state at? I think this is always a good litmus test of how we're doing as a basic aid district compared to what the climate may be like outside. Again, you may talk to some of your neighbors, you may talk to people in other districts on the peninsula, all of whom are basic aid funded districts. But outside of this pocket of potential or relative wealth that we find ourselves here in the Bay Area, things do not look as good if you go to LCFF funded districts. So again, in 24-25, they're predicting a 1% COLA, essentially for LCFF funded districts. And thinking about next year, I believe the early 2025 governor's budget had it at a 2.43 COLA. And actually last night we received some news that the California government is actually running even larger of a deficit than they expected. And what that means is they're actually reducing their Prop 98 mandate, which flows into the LCFF calculation. So even at 2.43%, that's probably generous. I would expect that number to even be lower. In comparison, our property taxes are growing roughly between 4 to 5% a year. However, a lot of that was buoyed by the COVID years where people were buying and selling houses more rapidly. Right? During those specific years, we saw growth rates somewhere closer to 5, closer to the mid 5s. However, last year, I think is more of a comeback to reality. Between our 2 SFIDs, Belmont and Redwood Shores, we saw a property tax growth of about 4.2%, right? So after years of very robust property tax growth, we're kind of coming back down to earth again. Again, that has been seen by not only us, but other districts in the area. But 4%, a constant 4% we can rely on year over year is much better than being reliant on what the state is releasing, seeing 1%, seeing 0%, seeing 2%. So again, we are in an extremely fortunate situation. And the last 2 rows here are just underscoring that, while all of this is happening, statutory benefits do not go down or not decreasing. We are seeing increased mandates from CalSTRS and mostly CalPERS, increasing their contributions that the district basically has to behold to CalPERS and CalSTRS, the retirement system. So all that to say, we are in a very fortunate place with property taxes, but that does not mean that expenses are not rising as well. Thinking about our revenues, in terms of the LCFF sources, we're assuming a property tax growth of 4%. Again, I think that is a healthy baseline given what we have done historically, and really more of a sign of the times that property tax growth might be a little bit slower now moving forward. In terms of federal, state, and local revenue, a lot of that relates to just the number of pupils that we have. So for title and special education, that is tied largely to the number of those populations of students that we have. And as our enrollment declines, it is very likely that those populations may decline by the same amounts. And then thinking about other state revenue, there was the arts, music, and instructional materials grant that we received last year, which we got all the money up front. So this number may look a little bit lower, but that's mostly because we have already received some of the money for grants. And then last, looking at our local revenue, this accounts for the 3% increase in the parcel tax that we receive every year. And I would just like to give a special shout out, as always, to School Force, who provides, I believe, roughly $2.5 to $3 million of this every year. Without School Force, we are, I think, partially unable to close some of this deficit over time. And also School Force helps us to, maintain competitive teacher salaries and provide the best students supports for our kids, especially when you look at some of the other districts around us and, them trying to potentially poach some of our teachers and staff away with competitive salaries as well. So making that note. Thinking about the expenses side of things, because we are in declining enrollment, we are adjusting our staffing based on that. We're just making sure that we have essentially the same ratios of teachers and most staff. Support staff largely staying the same going from year to year, but also taking account of potential increases for COLA and also for statutory benefits as well. Thinking about books and supplies, services, capital outlay, other outgo, a lot of these are staying relatively similar to where we are currently. Thinking about the future, service and other operating expenses, this always relates to contractors that we have, and relates specifically to special education, some of the difficulties that go on there in hiring some of the specific positions that are currently out there. So again, if we are able to bring some of those positions in-house, which obviously we have an appetite to, we could see potentially even more savings as contractors are meaningfully more expensive than just having in-house employees. So all things to note. And then also one important thing to note right now is that we have budgeted some money that has typically gone over to Fund 13. As of right now, Fund 13 is our kitchen fund, our food fund, if you will. And given the result of the current RFP for vended meal provider, we could see potentially needing to dip into the general fund or not, depending on how much that will cost. Obviously, it should not be a big deviation of where we are now, but this is just reserving some additional funds to account for, so that we aren't hamstrung necessarily by a money conversation when it comes to food vendor, and we have a little bit more flexibility of who we can choose there. Thinking about the other funds here, so we have Fund 13, which is the kitchen, the food fund, the cafeteria fund. We are thinking that this is basically all in line with what we have this year. Our hope, or actually for the kitchen fund, is a little bit higher. We're hoping that with a new food vendor, we'll get additional kids eating meals, which will mean greater reimbursements, but also greater costs. Essentially, for the most part, the Fund 13 should run at a budget neutral line. This is also accounting for some additional money that we set aside from Fund 1 moving into Fund 13 as well. Fund 21 is the bond fund. I am happy to also just quickly announce that on Monday we were able to sell our first series of bonds. for a quick refresher for the audience out there, eagerly sitting at the edge of their seats. We had intended to go out for the first issuance of bonds at the first week of April. However, the Friday before, tariffs were announced, which caused the market to go crazy. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, municipal bonds are not necessarily tied to the general stock market. Municipal bonds are highly tied to people's perceptions of the general US economy now into the future. So long story short, we had the opportunity to go out into the market anytime from the beginning of April to now. However, the rates were not very good. Given that we still had some Measure I funds, Superintendent DeGuara, myself, and also Keegan, who is our municipal bond advisor, thought it best to basically hold out for a couple more weeks to see if the rates would improve. Very luckily, last week, we got a call saying that the rates had improved significantly, and that even though municipal bonds technically are not issued on Mondays and Fridays, it might be a good opportunity for us to go out on this past Monday to see if we can get into the market. This was all happening very quickly, particularly because there was a economic indicator report that came out on Tuesday. So given that the market could have spiraled in either direction after that, it was imperative for us to go out on Monday. Very luckily, we were able to get onto the market and we successfully sold our bonds. Again, as another quick highlight, initially, so there's two parts of this, right? There was the Measure P bonds and then also the refinancing Measure I. And I believe in March, we came to the board with the total cost of that over the whole lifetime of the bond for the Measure P issuance would be $111 million to taxpayers. And then the savings from the refunding of Measure I would be $800,000. So as of Monday, it's currently looking like the total cost was $111.7 million, which is excellent. We're quite close. And the refunding netted us around $750,000 of savings to our taxpayers. So in the name of fiscal responsibility to all of our stakeholders, I'm happy to say that that was a success. The one last thing I'd like to leave us with is, again, we were extremely fortunate to have the flexibility. A lot of the other entities that were in the market at the same time as us at the beginning of April were not so fortunate. A lot of them took higher rates just because they needed the money quickly. So again, I think it speaks highly of our district and also the Board of Trustees to think very quickly and forward thinking about all of these potential bond issuances so that we're able to get into the market early with ample time to be able to adjust for exactly what happened. Getting back to the presentation for Fund 25 and 35, these also relate to construction. Fund 25 is for developer fees. That is essentially when someone has a brand new apartment in the district, they pay a percentage of that in money to help facilitate if the district needs any additional classrooms to account for any new students coming to the district. And then Fund 35 is for school facilities. This is a holdover from the previous administration that we've had here at Belmont, and technically can be used for construction projects as well. So that is just an overview of where we are in terms of our different funds. And the last fun thing I have is there's new legislation this year stating that we must give a public notice of vacancies at the end of the year and in the public hearing for the budget. So here is just an overview of where we are between the two bargaining units, BRSFA and CSEA. Currently, all the vacancies are filled through contractors and or substitutes. Again, this is a new law this year. We're required to show this. So that I conclude my time and I now open the floor for questions.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for all the work you do. It was very detailed and I appreciate all the time you spend making sure that we know what's going on. Of course.
Any other questions?
In the budget, is the measures in there of what we spend? Like, so we haven't, when you go back to that, the 64 mil budget, that capital outlay, that seemed low for having a measure passed.
Oh, you're talking about in here.
Yeah.
This is Fund 1. So Fund 1 is the general fund. all of the bond measure is in Fund 21.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's a different,
It's a different fund altogether. So this is all representative of our entire district pool of
Yes,
assets.
yes.
However, the California School Accounting Manual has us split it into different particular funds,
Okay,
which you're supposed to put all these pockets of money.
got it. That's what I saw, right. So the other one is the general fund, which is called fund number, whatever.
Fund 1.
Fund one. Number one. Okay, got it.
Number one for so thank you so much for all of you and Superintendent Dugarra's work with the bond measure, quick thinking, running around, getting things done. Very much appreciated. I did have a question, because we got our rating increased to AAA.
Yeah.
Did that, I imagine that helped with how much money we were able to recoup with, like, if we had not, so I guess, let me rephrase that. If we had not gotten our rating upgraded, would the rate have been approximately where we are now? That we have.
The answer is, so there's a two-part answer to this. The answer number one, no. Straight into the point. We would have got a worse rate, and we also would have got a worse rate on the refinancing. So the numbers that we would have come to the board with in March would have been significant, or not significantly worse, but they would have been worse than what we presented to the board initially. And it also would have meant that we would have gotten a worse rate on both the issuance and the refunding. The thing that really helped us, being a AAA rated district for municipal bonds, is that we are the brand new Mercedes in a pool of Toyota Camry, essentially. I like Camrys as well. I'm sorry. That was a Russian analogy. Excuse me. Wrong with Camrys. I grew up in Nissan Sentra. But because we are seen as a more safe asset, right? Very highly likely to repay back on that. We had a number of different entities trying to purchase our bonds. So my understanding of how it works is that each of these entities put a bid on a specific portion of the bond that they would like to purchase. So there's different the Wall Street people, or not Wall Street people, but the issuance people behind the scenes, they cut up our bonds into different portions, right? Based on what they believe will sell. Each of these entities then go into the market and say, I would like that, right? So I believe at one point we had maybe 5 entities on a specific portion of the bond. And what that does is it allows us to go back to them and say, hey, all 5 of you want this. They're going to have to pay a slightly better rate that's in favor of the district in order to get it. So that also helped drive down the rates for us a little bit more. Initially, when we got to the morning 6:30 a.m. call, they had quoted us slightly worse rates, in terms of the total cost of the issuance and also for the refund. So I believe in the morning, we're at something like 112.1 for the total cost and 720K for the total savings on the refunding. And obviously by the end of all of that and, all of the interest pushing down the rate, we're able to get to 111.7 and $750,000 of savings. So.
And to add to that, and I'll provide more detail in tomorrow's board update. I'm looking back at my notes, kind of from a layman's perspective of seeing how things work, working with our bond advisors and counsel. When it goes to market, people are seeing it and putting in orders. So I think the more attractive your profile is, the higher your ratings, the more attractive you become, and people want to order or share their intent to purchase. Within the first couple hours, we had $268 million of orders on $56 million in bonds. 57 and a half. My eyes are getting tired. So $57.5 million. Right. So we were 3.8x over, which allows our counsel to go back exactly what CBO Matsumoto was saying and say, hey, you want this? Can we negotiate? And then at the end, we ended up better off. So it was a really good sale. Our advisors were really pleased with where we ended up, given everything that's happening economically. And again, it was our ability to wait just a couple of weeks because we came out the chute quick and built in that flexibility for that. So that's everybody's work here.
Thank you so much again for increasing and doing the work to get our rating back up. One additional question, and this may be just kind of like a general question, but given how we are projecting finances for the next 10 years or so, I don't even know how to ask this. How long do you think we would need our education foundation? Like, would we ever be able to say, hey, school force, you guys don't need to ask for this giant amount of money from each parent and each student? Can we lower that amount? Like, is there any thought about that piece? Or are we going to continue?
I think out of respect for all that school force has given us and done for us, I don't necessarily think there will be a point where we wouldn't need them. I think what would happen is, in the case where we do not have a world where we do not have a school force, it means that we would have to let go of a meaningful number of supports and programs, right? And I think ultimately our goal is to continue the tradition of having those in order to make us a high functioning school district. So while I think there is a future in which we can function, I don't think we would necessarily be underwater to the point of, I don't know, something massively bad happening to the district. Our district is significantly better and stronger with school forces support. So
I think, just the general premise that unfortunately, in our state, we depend upon the generosity of our communities to support what we think schools should be, right? So to the extent until the time where California becomes more competitive educationally with the rest of states, school force and our local parcel taxes and whatnot is a big key to continuing that stronger education and stronger programs, like you were saying. So continue advocating, right?
Definitely.
Any other question? Nothing.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. Lots of work that has gone into this. And I believe this is your first budget that you've created for BRSSD. So congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, and I did have a question. I think it was slide 14. Sorry. Yeah, so it's in the wording of the assembly bill, it says that the agency has to discuss changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. So I was wondering what the district's thoughts are. I see for the percent of vacancies for BRSFA, that seems to be a very low number to me, and admirable. For the CSEA positions, where it is 13%, what are the district's thoughts for trying to fill more of those vacancies?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm happy to give my answer, and if Director Eastman over there would like to opine as well, I'll open the floor to her. But essentially, most, if not all of these are paraprofessionals. One, it has just been generally difficult to hire for these positions. And two, as of right now, there exists a plethora of different agencies out there that can provide high salaries with no benefits for these employees, right? So that exists out there, hurting the supply. And also, a lot of these positions are more of an ad hoc, right? When you have a student with an IEP, for example, until that IEP happens, you may not know if you need this additional staff, right? So it is also very highly dependent on the diversity of pupils that you have in a given. Director Eastburn, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, the positions that we need are less than full-time positions. So they're less attractive to the general public. And that's why the agencies, outcompete us with their larger salaries. It's not so much that the policies and procedures or activities that we're doing are creating obstacles. It's more of the situation around hiring, how we need to staff. The economy plays a big part. We're still looking at, going to the county office for the recruitment fair, to our neighboring community colleges when they have recruitment fairs, partnering with county offices for classified grant, to further education, like programs to make us more attractive. So I don't think it's the policies and procedures, it's just the situation in the landscape that we face when we're thinking about staffing for education, for special education.
Thank you.
And I'll add, our human resources department has been a little bit more creative in terms of online platforms that they're posting, trying to recruit from different angles as well. Definitely a work in progress.
I had just a general curiosity on the slide 11.
You know the slide number.
Out of curiosity, what is the expense for transfers between SSD and Sequoia? What's slide number?
It's for Tinsley transportation costs. Largely.
There we go. Yeah, that was it. I think everything else was asked. Thank you. That was the action. You did it. Clicker free. All right. You're still up. Resathon. All right. Item number 14, approval to move forward with Rodan Builders at leaseback contractors.
Good evening, trustees. To continue my Reese 5K instead of a Risa. Save that for June. So as part of the district office modernization, we need to contract with a leaseback provider for basically all the construction work that needs to happen here. So in conjunction with Driving to Ruins Architects, who is our architect for this project, we put out the RFP for leaseback bids. We received the bids, of which there were 4. They did a site walk as a mandatory requirement as also to bid. We scored all of the RFPs, and then the top 3 of those 4 that we deemed most qualified then went on to an interview panel. Based on the interview panel, we concluded that Rodan was the best combination both of cost efficiency and being able to do a quality job on this project. So this particular action is to move forward with Rodan as our leaseback partner on the district office modernization. And similar to past construction projects, the formal contract will be on the consent agenda in the June board meeting.
Questions?
CBO Matsumoto, we have this as an action item on the agenda. It's action for next meeting?
I believe there still needs to be an action to formally move forward with Rodan.
Perfect. May I have a motion to approve the district to move forward with Rodan Builders for leaseback services associated with the district office modernization project?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Trustee House. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any nays? Speak now. Seeing as there are none, the approval has it. You may rest.
Thank you.
On to item 15, future board meeting agenda items.
Yes, so for our last meeting of the school year in June, it's a big one. 2 important things are happening. Probably the most important pieces in front of a board, the budget adoption and the LCAP adoption. Unlike today, they are quicker approvals. Ching Pan, Assistant Superintendent Hu and CBO Matsumoto gave you comprehensive overviews tonight. They'll talk about small changes and updates that happen between now and then, and it'll be up for approval. Assistant Superintendent Hu will be doing dashboard local indicators for approval. We'll have a public hearing on the statement of reserves and the EPA account. We'll talk about bond issuance. All those documents that we've been working on will formally come in front of the board at the June meeting. We'll approve the selection of the vended meals provider. I'm not sure how much is out there about that. We've mentioned it a few times, but this past week, we had it, was it this past week yesterday? It was the taste test.
Had a lot of mac and cheese.
Of the four vendors who are submitting RFPs. Trustee Koss and Trustee Dang were two of our taste testers alongside of parents, child nutrition clerks, and students. So we'll eagerly await those results.
If I may, I would just like to formally again thank Trustee Dang, Trustee Dang and Trustee Koss for making the trek out to Nesbitt to help taste test and making the sacrifice, if you will. So.
Nice. Wait, I'm not for that.
I will just say as a side note, I received a petition. I've received a few petitions in the past around around lunches. I went and talked with actually one of the taste testers today about wanting to change and wanting to look for other options. And I went and talked with one and I explained the parameters around it, and super smart kiddos, I'll just say. It started with child nutrition and we were talking about our budget deficit, how we start to really good conversation. Probably, I'll just say there's been a lot of highlights this week with the celebrations, but that was one of them. And then finally, we've had an RFP out for the Measure P architect. We'll be bringing a recommendation for approval there. So a lot of business next meeting, and that'll wrap up our meetings here. Next year, we'll be starting fresh at the county office. I believe, fortunately, county office is in district, so we can host our board meetings in their space. This building will be in transition starting shortly.
So August will be in as well.
We'll be in their new. We'll probably stuff will be happening enough so that we'll want to start the year fresh. So the plan is for the county office.
Can I make a suggestion for the agenda? I mentioned this before. It doesn't have to be for June, but the music program, the enhanced music program, and just thoughts, reflections on the first year of expanding the music program. How would like to have a conversation on it?
Sure.
But I don't know if June's too soon, then we can do it another month, but.
We can work on that. We can definitely entertain that. I know, I'm just going to say, I know Ching Pei, who would be providing that, is going to be a little busy on the LCAP, but we can work that in.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever timeframe.
August, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sounds good.
I would like to also reiterate my interest in the reading curriculum and understanding more about how our kiddos are learning to read, especially in the younger grades.
Okay. Anything else?
I will just say a note on that. I just saw actually as part of the governor's budget proposal, he was carving out some funds for literacy materials. We're curious to see how that percolates into the state's curriculum adoption piece. I know literacy just kind of generally, but also thinking about materials. So just to see what we can do to agendize that.
All right. On that note, we will be reconvening to close. There will be no report. We'll close. I'm closing this meeting at 8:58.
Great.